Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to me not being late at all.
Not even a minute late. So, when last we left off, we were trying to pick up some gear. We had finally run into the weird hill for the devs to die on, where they're emulating a thing incorrectly because it's a little bit more hardcore that way, which was very funny. Should have maybe wrote out a cup before I started, but you know, whatever. So we ran into the hill that they decided to die on, and then implement a mechanic in the most ridiculous and spiteful way they could have possibly implemented it, and it's very funny. It's really no skin off of my back. I don't really care that much, but it is funny. So, for those who weren't here yesterday, the game has like a speed setting, so if you go into we enter the maze, we can pull up the emulator, and you can see on the emulator the time thing, and the time thing is basically when it basically determines how quickly the messages just chunk through, right? And you can set that value from anywhere between like 1 and like who the hell knows. I don't know if there's an upper bounds. I mean, there presumably has to be, but I don't know what integer set they're using. But like the base value is 2500. You can set it to 1. And if it's set to 1, it is exactly 2500 times as fast, right? So basically instant. So anyway, that was a thing that existed at the original, and the people who made this decided that they didn't want to have a thing that allows you to skip the animations, and so there's no means by which you can update, like have the speed update faster. It was just very funny. The whole thing to me just read as very funny, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what's happening here. For those who haven't seen me talk about, like, Icewind Dale, Legacy of Ball mode, in particular, runs into some issues with that kind of stuff, where, like, it's a whole thing, right? But, like, Legacy of Ball mode runs into an issue where the rats on Legacy of Ball mode at the beginning of the game have more effective hit points than the final boss of the game, because they have 95% physical, like, resistance to all damage types, right? And the reason that they have that resistance is because if you hit an enemy hard enough in Baldur's Gate, they get chunked. So, like, if you hit them below a certain threshold of their max HP, which is like, I think they have like 1 HP, then they get chunked, and it's a whole thing. Anyway, so with the rats, like, because Legacy of Ball mode adds a static value to their HP, they end up having this gargantuan HP pool that's completely out of control for an enemy that you can't hurt for more than 1 point of damage at a time. So avoiding them getting chunked, which was, they just made a mechanical change to ensure that they didn't get chunked. The chunks being, like, it has a graphic of, like, chunks of flesh flying all over the place, which, you know, the ESRB might not appreciate. Like, at the time, the censors were really looking at violence in video games. I'd say violence in video games, right? It actually is a problem. It's just not, like, the kind of problem that the people were complaining about before. But it's like, it's weird. We don't need to go into it. Anyway, point being, that kind of deal, if you are familiar with that whole thing, you'll be very aware of my history with weird, like, idiosyncrasies of that type. But in this case, I think it's just funny. Because I'm not planning on sitting here grinding for hours. Though, to be fair, I wouldn't have to grind for hours if I could set the speed to instant and instantaneously get through every fight the way that I could on vanilla. So, anyway, today we are going to be going to... Whoops. We're going to be going to the second floor and trying to get, like, a piece of gear. I think... So I haven't looked up any of the mechanics for some of these things. My assumption is that it broadly... I wonder if the elevator would get the job. Do we think of the elevator as the way to go? I'm actually going to go to... I'm going to go to the elevator, actually. So if I go to the elevator, I don't think there's any, like, creatures out here that are going to have anything that I care about. So if I go to floor 2 at the elevator... You know, maybe I should just go to floor 3 straight with the elevator, because I can beat an enemy on floor 3 without very much problem. And let's try to see if we have... Because this is like a self-contained large humanoid. Interesting. Who dis? Is an ogre. Okay. We haven't seen an ogre before. What is the enemy card? So, group size is 1d8. So we got lucky here in only fighting one, I guess. Assuming that it's actually strong, which it might not be. It's not that strong. Okay. We got the deduce, though. Now, I have switched the settings to involve the observe mechanic, to basically enable the observe mechanic. I'm going to go to floor 2, and then I'm going to just pop right back to floor 3. I'm curious if I need to leave the maze completely, or if I just need to leave a floor. So, if I come here... I didn't run into an enemy here. I am tempted to look at how the spawn system works. The issue is that I feel like if I look at how the spawn system works, I'm probably going to get spoilers for other things that I don't necessarily want spoilers for. One issue is that this doesn't read to me like a treasure room. Really? Oh, this is what we're doing. But what I've established is that enemies have 2 different modes, okay? So, level 3 priests. Okay, we got a silence. I wonder if silence lasts out of combat or not. If it lasts out of combat, then that's another status effect that I need to be worried about. Status effects broadly don't stack with each other, but the one status effect that does stack with everything else is poison, because poison isn't considered a status effect. It looks like that removed the silence when I ended the combat. We're fine. But yeah, so chests that you find out of so let's take a look at the feast theory. So basically, if I can find a thing, you can see when it says Guardian treasure type K and random treasure type A. So if this creature is a Guardian, it has the ability to drop these items. If it's found as a random encounter, it doesn't have access. It doesn't have the ability to drop treasure. So, with that being the case, we're basically looking. Level 1 mage has 10% chance to give these things. It actually has a 20% chance to give you the other stuff. So, like, it's a 1 in 5 chance to get that. These don't have loot no matter what. We have a Vorpal Bunny. Okay, the level 3 priest we did not successfully identify. The ogre we did. So, ogres have a 15% chance to drop the second tier of things, it looks like. So, if I had to guess, I would say that the things the ogre can drop are probably the same things that drop on the previous floor. They're just more likely to drop. Let's go to floor 2. And what I'd like to find is a nice loop that gets me I wish I knew whether this was a guardian or not. My assumption is yes. And did I fully identify this? I think yes, I must have, because this. So the super speed thing, which isn't even that fast, honestly. This is not that fast. This is still running at 2500 speed. This speed requires that you fully analyze an enemy in order to access it. And you can't fully analyze an enemy using the default settings. You have to enable the non-vanilla settings. So activating a quality of life improvement from the original game and activating a weaker form of that quality of life improvement than existed in the original game is locked behind a mechanic that wasn't in the original game. And I just think that that's funny. Not just a mechanic that you actively have to turn on because it's not in the original game. And that is precisely the kind of nonsense that I expect from my, old school RPGs. That is simply how it is done. So if I go to floor 3, and then I go back to floor 2, and go into that room, okay. I didn't trigger anything in here this time. Yeah, unfortunately, floor 1, I don't think I can get any shiny objects from. I established that the boss in here does not drop anything. So he gives a lot of EXP, but is broadly useless for my purpose. Hey, I know what you are now. Let's see. There is a treasure room there, but I'm not going to go for it. Okay, we got another creeping coins thing. But you can see how long this takes, even with the super speed on, compared to like the basically instantaneous results you would see, where it's like all of this would zoom by so fast that you just couldn't even you couldn't read it, right? It would be on the screen for like maybe a frame. It might not even go for a frame, is the thing. Like, most modern games lock a bunch of their stuff to a minimum of 1 frame because the graphical system is tied into the game system directly in a way that I think is damaging to the overall product, but we don't need to go into that too deeply. But like, back in the day, the calculations and all that stuff that goes on, they could calculate an infinite number of turns in a frame, because a frame is only for display, right? It doesn't have to wait for you to be able to perceive a message to deliver the next message. It can just deliver the next message before it even shows up on your screen. That's a thing you can do, it turns out. I remember there were certain like Neverwinter Nights builds that broke in terms of game mechanics, like they didn't work properly because the game couldn't resolve more than like 10 attacks in a round. So if you had, as an example, Great Cleave and you were surrounded by a bunch of low-level creatures, it would be very easy that you could one-shot. It would be very easy to just not Great Cleave through all of them, because like they would just live through the round that they shouldn't live through, because the game just wouldn't trigger the attacks as fast as it needed to trigger them in order to avoid there. French toast. Unfortunately, those can't drop what I want. They don't drop loot. They only drop there. Oh, you know what? I actually can go back this way. Let's go over here. You'll find that my memory for... Ooh, this is a bunch of level 1 priests that are, I think, guardians. So there's a 1 in 10 chance that we get something shiny off of these, I think. Nope. 6 zombies, huh? I'm using Turn Undead because I don't want the Paralyze to go off. It's very rude. Okay, so Pancake needs to be revived. And no loot. Give me a second. I still can't believe that, and Windows is still doing it, by the way. Windows is still saying that the best match for me is using their browser to search for a thing that I've already searched for on a different browser and have never told them I've been interacting with. It is quite wild. Oh, this is the thing. Oh, right, this is the thing. Okay, so... I already have you max inspected, I think, so... I'd forgotten where this comes out. Okay, open the chest. French toast. Okay, we didn't get an item there. I think that's another Guardian, though. The issue is that I don't really have any way to be sure that it is. Which sucks, but that's okay. But yeah, it's so funny how, like, I'm just locked in by all these status effects. I just have no answer to these status effects yet. I think I lose a lot of time to these status effects too, by the way. Like, not just like time in my life, but time in my characters' lives. Healing at the temple costs you lifespan. So you're still 18. You're still 20. Luckily, at the Chur's 22. You're 22. You're 23. I don't remember how old these people were before, but I think that some of them have aged considerably. Let's see. How much money do I have? I have like $7 grand, right? I could pick up the copper gloves for at least one character. So, like, I could slap the copper gloves on Churro. But I could also just buy 4 of these. I could actually buy 5 of these. If I buy 3 of these, that makes my front line 0 AC instead of 1. Which is a sizable improvement. And I don't seem to have anything else I can do with money. I guess I can identify gear for half of the value. Okay, I don't have anything to identify right now. I just want to find one piece of gear. That's all I care about. I just want to find one cool item. Is that so much to ask? I need a shiny object. Do you have a backup party in case something happens to your main party? I sure don't. I sure as hell don't. Okay, we have 4 level 1 priests here. Okay, so we've hit the first level of learnedness about priests. Okay, it didn't give me any loot there. We have a bunch of creeping cruds and zombies. Well, how about this for a shitty situation? Killed half the zombies. Unfortunately, as I'm leveling up, I'm not actually improving my AC at all. So, I'm not really meaningfully reducing the chance of getting fucking paralyzed like that. I think there's still a saving throw, but... So... We're headed back to the entrance, and then we're going to have to heal up Pancake again, which is pretty rough. Take a look at... We need to heal up. Oops. Okay, we're still 18 years old. So, we start throwing out heals. Pop back here. So we need 36 grand to hit level 10. And... excuse me. There we go. So we're just throwing heals at... oops. We're throwing heals at Waffle, apparently, who's completely uninjured. Oh, right. I didn't actually... oh, actually, we have 2 deaths now. It is also interesting because it mentions there being a huge jump in difficulty when you go down a staircase, and I just don't really... I haven't seen that at all. The enemy scaling seems fairly slow. It's more that, like, if you get hit by an enemy, you have to walk all the way back to the entrance the second that you get hit by a single enemy, basically. So that walk increases in length the further along you go. More so than, like, anything else. Alright, so let's get over here. So... it's crazy that I can't even, like, just hang out on level 2 safely at level 9. Is there a Treasure room. Is this a treasure room? It's very annoying that the creeping cruds keep spawning as I go through doors, because those cannot drop anything of value. I will open the chest anyway. Well, I shouldn't have opened that. I just wasted that money. And poor Pancake's life. I wonder how high I need to get before I can actually like make longer trips. I'm tempted to look up what the level scaling is for bishops in terms of like when they get their spells, because okay, you're still 18. The fact that I'm so reliant on the priests right now is a problem, because the fact that I'm so reliant on the temple is a huge issue, because it ages up my characters, and I don't want my characters getting aged up. This does seem like a treasure room. Oh no. Okay. I'll take it. We do open this with French toast. Okay. And then, so this has 2 chest rooms in a row. This has 2 chest rooms in a row. Let's see how this goes. Which one do we have? I don't know if we have either of them fully identified. So Rogue is not fully identified. Priest is not either. Oh, we got the deduce on the priest. Nice. So the priests are now fully analyzed. We open the chest. Okay, so this is 2 treasure rooms in a row. Do we have a treasure room here? I hate to see the freaking crud. Got a gas cloud. Okay. If we ever see an item drop from any of these chests, we do know that it is a treasure room, because basically like no enemies drop drop loot when they're not a guardian. Masks. Oh, interesting. These are level 1 ninjas. So we got the observe off. We've got the deduce now. Alright. And they're not going to drop a chest or anything. So I just checked there. Oh, I didn't check the other thing. Oh, I just realized that for some reason shrunk. Okay, we didn't go to this place. So in theory, we have like a 10-ish% chance on this fight to get something interesting. There's a decent chance that most of the stuff in that loot table is cursed stuff. $160 is pretty good. I want to check if I go through here. This might reset. When you, I wonder what Katino is supposed to do. Okay. So my goal right now, I just want to get one item before we start doing crazy stuff where I might, like, you know, fully wipe my party and just bone myself. I guess I can just cast Calfo. Okay, Blades is fine. It does look like I just need to leave the floor and come back. So this is just going to be 2... Okay. It does look like I need to inspect the zombies more. So... you know what? No. I'm not actually going to do that. I'm going to do this. The poison sucks, but the poison is not as important as avoiding the paralysis. The poison doesn't, like, do anything permanent as long as the character doesn't literally die. Like, it's not great. but it's not the end of the world. It just means that I have to leave and that I have to spend more time, like, healing up. I'm gonna check the zombie and see if it has any... Because the zombies might also not be able to drop anything interesting. Okay. Oh, right, I forgot that opening the camp menu... Or rather, closing the camp menu, I should be specific. Triggers a thing. I am actually going to have Waffle throw out a heal. Okay, I think we're in the clear. We have the possibility of taking some additional damage while we're meandering around, so... Yeah, so we just need to do the... We just need to identify the trap each time. I think that's the best way to handle the traps, so that we don't open paralysis traps, I guess. We'll still occasionally trigger a paralysis trap, because it 5% of the time it's going to get the trap wrong. There's nothing is 100% in this. You can never reach a 100% accuracy thing, even with spells, which aren't really making a check at all. They're just like telling you a thing. Let's see. I'm gonna just heal Waffle first. I guess I shouldn't heal Waffle first, because if I accidentally double click, then that'll go to Waffle. But we just need to... I actually don't... I don't know... that, I named the stream title after looting things. I feel like I should make good on that and get at least one item before giving up, right? It is also interesting, a lot of the stuff that, like... a lot of the gameplay from, like, older games is kind of interesting because it's so reliant on things that just aren't a thing anymore. So, like, as an example, so they rely on the... They rely on the fact that you don't have the internet. So you don't have, like, the sum total of knowledge of every player who has ever played the game available to you. And so, the thing about the internet is that if you were to play Wizardry 1 vanilla with access to the internet's knowledge, you would probably finish it very, very rapidly by basically setting a few macros that automatically level you up to level 15 and get you in an infinite loot cycle. So in like 20 minutes, you'd be level 20 and like decked the fuck out, right? Because you have access to all of the knowledge of the internet to bring to bear on this game. The internet didn't exist in 1981. It turns out it just simply wasn't a thing. There were probably local intranets, but the internet wasn't a thing. You didn't have the ability to get infinite knowledge of every person who's ever played a thing. You just had the knowledge of anyone who was in your social circle. So if you were playing this game, you would have access to all the things that everyone that you know knows about this game. But that's a very limited subset of knowledge. And so the local meta for like how people play the game and stuff like that I'm actually going to buy at least one of these. I'm just going to give one of these to Churro. And I'm going to hand the shield to Waffle. And so it's kind of interesting, because when I think about, like, Okay, you can't equip this. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to know necessarily what gear is available to who. It looks like. That's good to know. It's good to know that I will not know. Yeah, Churro's going to be a little bit harder to take out now. I think we established that this place has 2 loot things and the other one is not relevant. That's real rough. I hate that for me. Okay. Alright, there's just one left. That's concerning. Okay, it survived but did not get the attack off. Or rather, it got the attack off but missed. Okay, failed to learn anything. God damn it. Okay, we finished with zombies. Do I want to... I am, actually. Because it doesn't take that many turns. It's a poison needle trap, so we'll just open it with you. French toast is already poisoned. Poison can stack? That's good to know. That's terrifying. Okay, good to know, good to know. Good talk. You telling me this game from 1981 had poison stack trackers? What the fuck, man? It took 30 years before the first poison tracker after this game came out. What the fuck is this shit? What are you doing with this extremely advanced technology? I'm gonna check if the zombies can drop gear. At least we get a lot of EXP for these. So where the hell am I? Right next to this. Okay. It's a game of patience. I should play more of these old games. These, like, what's the word, like, just, like, grid-based dungeon explorers. I actually really played a decent number of these as a kid. I just didn't play, like, any of the main ones, like, the ones that are well-known. Because, like, I would like find a game in some like demo pack, right? And then we would order away for it, right? So like I'd have a... Did I have a CD for these things? Like, would it have been a CD or was it earlier than that? I feel like a lot of these kinds of games were on floppies. I mean, obviously this would have been a floppy. I don't think CDs existed when this game came out. It's so crazy to think of how many technologies are fully redundant now. Oops. I pressed that. That, like, I grew up with. And also how, like, nothing has since become redundant since I became an adult. Like, we went through a period of technological innovation when it came to computer hardware that was truly mind-blowing. For just years, we just had, like, new technology coming out. And then it fully just stagnated. Almost at the exact moment that I became an adult, actually. Kind of funnily enough. We can blame me for it. We can blame me for the stagnation of computer hardware, because it really was, like, right as I became an adult that processing power stopped increasing. And we reached, like, sort of, like, meaningfully, like, the point where you could kind of artistically do whatever you wanted, with both the music and the visuals. Like the hardware was no longer an issue, and like people talk about like graphics now in ways that are just fully alien to me. Because they're just, like, comparing numbers. They're not, like, comparing aesthetics in any meaningful way. Like, nobody who cares about graphics today cares about art. I'm gonna just flat out say that. Like, people who care about graphics... I mean, in the sense of, like, people who are worried about getting the hardware up to the next level are not concerned about artistic merit. They're concerned about, like, oh, but number needs go up. We can't have only 120 frames per second when 250 frames per second is possible. And it's like, you can't... It's not actually possible. Your eye can't read that fast. That's not... The frames per second on your eyeballs aren't that fast, or anywhere near that fast. Look, when people went up to 120 frames per second, I was like, that seems a little excessive. I get it. I can see why it might make for a smoother, like, visual for certain types of things under very specific niche circumstances, right? I can get behind 120. The, like, 250 bullshit that people are running now, going like, oh, I can't run this unless, you know, I have 300 frames per second. And you might think 300, you're exaggerating. To which I say, wait a year and a half. Because we're talking about values that are already arbitrarily high. Okay, do we have the encounter treasure type K does not sound promising. Do I need to go down to the next floor just because there's way too many enemies that don't drop shit on this floor? But if so... You know, I'm legitimately unclear on what I should do. Because I feel like I'm simultaneously extremely over-leveled and incapable of dealing with, like, the most basic of status effects. And completely under-geared. Because I have, like, I haven't found a single item. That's not entirely. I found some items, but I haven't found a single item that doesn't just, like... automatically happen, you know? So if I go to the third floor... This says turn around. Okay, we got a single ogre and probably a treasure room, so this is probably gonna be worth like 15% chance of getting something shiny. Okay. God damn it. I have a 9% chance to disarm. Huh. Okay, Muffin is poisoned. Okay, we received a shield. Can I go back out the way again? Seemingly so. So, we can identify the shield. Hopefully it's good. It's most likely... a generic non-magical shield. Oof, that's rough. But yeah, Waffle can identify that. And hopefully we get Cure Poison next level. If we get Cure Poison next level, we should be able to handle things a bit better. If I make Waffle into a thinger, if I make Waffle into a ninja, I won't be able to identify gear anymore. We need like grand. It's pretty rough. Don't neglect your character's agility. As if I have any control over what my stats are gonna be in this game. Yeah, I do really appreciate that it re-rolls all of your hit dice every level instead of just one. Having it so that you gravitate toward getting a decent decent stats as you get higher level is real nice. Like, a character that you have like no investment in that's level 1 having 2 HP is mostly just funny. But like, it sucks if they have 2 HP and that means that they're going to permanently be like crippled for their entire lifespan. So like having it be like, okay, yeah, this character, I mean crippled is a strong word, but like it will in theory average out. But it doesn't always, you know? Funnily enough, I think that Bowden in my D&D campaign actually got exactly average HP rolls overall for the first 3 levels. And I think that that's pretty funny. You would gravitate toward being similar to the mean over a long enough period of time, but not by level 3. And it's typically not going to be exactly the mean. So the higher the total number of rolls you have, the more likely it is to be really close to the mean in relative terms, right? So it's more likely to be... Whoops, this is the wrong place. So in relatively speaking, it's going to be similar to the mean. But in absolute terms, it's less likely to be exactly at the mean. Right? So it never gets likely to have exactly the mean, and I think I did have exactly the mean value. I could be wrong, though. What do I know? Wait. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I just now realized where the thing is. Okay. The elevator is actually directly in between these two things. That is in theirs. Wait, these are zombies. Wait, I already fully got them. Oh, right, I didn't actually identify the thing, did I? I should probably get around to that, huh? The zombies are down. Got the observe. 11 damage. See, this is what I mean about the damage, the difficulty not seeming to really scale much. 11 damage is more damage than I've taken from anything up until... Like, nothing on floor 2 is hitting me for 11 damage. Certainly. Okay, so what am I doing? So yeah, so I am a total dope, and that's fine. Let's go to you. Did I identify this shield? I think that's just a large shield. I'm just gonna sell these, I guess. This is 250 for 1d8 HP. It's kind of wild. I could sell all these antidotes. Do I want to pick up the gauntlets and throw them on Churro? Yeah, I will. So Churro has -1 AC base. That gives us the potential to have -7 AC in combat by just stacking the 2 primary buffs that I have. What am I doing? I should probably heal before I continue. If I get to the 3rd level and get poisoned by ninjas and take a bunch of damage, I'm going to be very disappointed with myself if I die by like 3 hit points on the way back out, you know what I mean? It would be pretty dang embarrassing. Especially since I'd have like 5 antidotes in my party when it happened. Okay. So we're popping back up. No, this is the wrong place. Where do I want to be? Okay, yes. I'm getting floor 1 and floor 2 confused because I'm a dome. Don't worry about it. So we're popping down to floor 2. I think I will. You know what? No, I'll skip the exploration on floor 2 completely. Maybe I should go into that room. Just for shits and giggles. Have you changed classes yet? So, there's a treasure room here. Fuck. Okay, so these have a decent amount of durability, if I recall correctly. So, you're gonna cast Glass. The front line is just casting Glass. You are casting Darkness. You can, I guess, inspect. You are casting Blessing and Seal. No poison yet. Fuck. Okay, well, we're poisoned, unfortunately. Churro has -7 AC, which is pretty dang good. Yeah, we definitely have the ability to fight in here. The issue is the status effects. Like, the status effects just are... too big of an issue for us. Like, we took basically no damage from those. Exploding box? The fuck does an exploding box do? I mean, presumably it explodes. Okay. That wasn't as bad as it could have been. Wasn't great. Okay. I really need to get Cure Poison. If I can get Cure Poison, we're in good shape. I think. I mean, aside from all the undead that will still fuck with me. But if you ignore those, you know? If you ignore the paralysis effects that are going to continue to cause problems for me until I get Cure Paralysis, you know, other than that, we're in pretty good shape, you know? I really hope we get Cure Poison soon. We even know what it's called. Like, I know it's a spell because I've seen it in the, if you look at the emulation screen here, if you look at that screen, and you're looking at the antidote, antidotes aren't called antidotes in the original game. They're called insert spell name here potion. So presumably they're a potion that casts that spell, which is the antidote spell. Okay. I wonder how many spells there are on each of these spell levels. Luckily, the explosion trap doesn't do a ton of damage. just realized that everybody needs to stay at the stables. Because everybody was casting a spell just now. It's gonna be really funny when we nail that, like, 10% chance of getting something interesting. And, like, it's just a cursed item or something. Where's my level 3 ninjas at? Okay, I still haven't gotten sufficient value here. So the coyotes are actually weaker, it looks like. Than the things like ninjas. Yeah, things are unfortunately going fairly smoothly, but not in a way that's really progressing much. Like, we're getting a little bit of EXP, and I guess we're getting a little bit of exploration done. But we're getting very little exploration done because, generally speaking, we fight 1, maybe 2 fights on that floor. Assuming we even get to that floor. And then have to leave. But as long as I can go into that treasure room, I believe that we should be able to get a decent shot at getting some shiny loot. And we should be able to, I think, last down there for a lot longer if we do a thinger. One thing that I do need to consider at some point is there is going to come a point where I have to consider, like, is it worth it to not just use antidotes? To which the answer is, for now, yes. For now, yes, but I do have to consider that as an option of, like, I have all these antidotes, and I could be exploring that floor a lot faster. But I'm enjoying myself so far, so I think that we're fine, but we'll see. I don't know how great of television it makes for me to be walking all the way back here each time, but that's fine. That's fine. 5 works. Yeah, it does seem like -7 AC is pretty good. -5 seems pretty good too, actually. The ninjas don't seem to have a particularly high chance to hit me. So slightly lower chance of running into a random encounter if you just strafe instead of turning, because you're losing, you're using less actions to do it. All right, I'll go in here. Let's find out what's in here. Okay, we got 4 dragonflies. This is probably not that big a deal. Hopefully they don't poison or paralyze or anything like that. Hopefully these are just like nuisance enemies. Okay. I'm actually fine with using an AoE breath attack. That's fine for me. It's kind of funny how fair this game feels. Like, if this was a Shin Megami Tensei game, those things would be breath weaponing me for like 6,000 damage or whatever. Bullshit. We're leaving again. You know... And I did it with Pancake again, too. Poor Pancake. Nice plus not working. Why do I have to click on the thing in order to get that to work? But I can start the timer and unstop the timer whenever I want. Is it because it's plus? Do I need to set it to a different hotkey? I wonder if the plus button is the... Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god! Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's a good thing that I haven't bought anything. Jesus Christ. I have 4 paralyzed party members now. That is insane. Whew. You know, that thing I said about the game feeling very fair... the damage output feels very fair. The damage output feels very, very, like, okay, this is fine. And then... Oh, I did buy something. Oh my fucking god. Okay, we need to sell all of our antidotes. Which will... not quite allow me to get the next party. I cannot believe how many party members just got paralyzed. 4 party members just got paralyzed simultaneously. That is 3,600 gold's worth of expense. Out of absolutely nowhere. Just a complete random encounter against enemies that show up on the first floor, and I'm level 10. Not actually level 10, I'm level 9. Close enough for it to work. Exploding box? That's interesting. It's interesting to see an exploding box trap again, because again, I thought that was something that maybe started showing up on floor 3. Okay. So, okay, the UI Did not interact with that correctly, but that's okay. The UI looked like the bottom was highlighted, not the top, and I needed to just pull out the mouse. Okay, we are high enough to restore Churro. Let's restore Churro. And let's see here. I think what we do now... we got our front line in position. I'm actually going to pull out the other two characters. Because I have Cruller and Danish. So Cruller's gonna join the party. And... do I get a lot of money from that boss? I'm gonna find out if I get a lot of money from the boss, I think. Because if I can get a decent amount of money from the boss, what I basically want to do is just get the 1800 gold that I need fighting that boss a bunch of times and get Cruller and Danish leveled up a bit. We're going to see what happens. Oh, that's interesting. This is the first time we haven't seen a second Murphy's Ghost. Right, we need to inspect, inspect, and inspect. Because this does have a very long attacking animation. We do want to skip that. Luckily, it can only attack the front line. I do think that it's also funny how hard it is to, how hard it is to identify this ghost in particular, because this is the specific enemy that people most want to be able to skip things for, because it's a very easy enemy that gives an astronomical amount of experience. So it's the enemy to fight to like level up with. Okay, we got the deduce. So I am a little surprised that this enemy doesn't drop something. It would be super cool if this enemy dropped something that gave me 1 HP regen. I wonder if they're for something, right? Like, what's up with this enemy? What's your deal? What's the deal with Murphy's Ghost? Oh, I haven't even been checking how much money I'm making off of this. But yeah, because of the fact that this boss doesn't have the possibility of poisoning me or causing other negative status effects, this is really the best way for me to grind anything that I want to grind. And it's not close. Like, whether I want money or gold, the fact that I can immediately trigger this fight is a pretty damn big deal. I might need to replace the. I also need to be paying attention to how much money I'm making. I might actually need to replace my backline. Like, if I just stick with Cruller and Danish... Is that better? Cruller can be converted into a ninja, as can Danish. Which would be nice. I wonder what level I would need to be on average to produce a ninja. If I made someone a... Because I don't necessarily need it, because I can just bring Danish around. And have Danish eventually convert. Okay, so 41 gold. That's not a lot of gold, I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty small amount of gold for our purposes here, but... Yeah, French Toast is getting pretty low, so I think that we do head back up and level everybody up. We'll level up Cruller and see at whatever level Cruller's going to get to. I'm guessing maybe 4 after this. What happens? Right, yes. Okay, so... like this, and then this, is it? I guess I'm gonna get myself confused. I don't actually know where I'm going right now. Okay, I did end up passing the elevator and not noticing. So, okay. We're popping out. Actually, we'll pop out. We'll just... plus 7 hit points. Oh, I can do it multiple times. Okay. I thought I was going to do it all at once. It did not. Okay, so priests are way faster than bishops. The spell progression of bishops is terrible. Cruller now has access to higher level spells than Waffle does. Cruller, can you cure poison already? Okay. So, we don't have Cure Poison. How much money do I have? If I get them up to level 7, they'll get 4th level spells. Okay, we do have enough to restore Muffin. And what do I want to do about this situation? We still don't have any higher level healing spells either, which is kind of interesting. Like, even with 3rd level spell access, we still don't have anything better than Dios to heal with. Kind of crazy, right? Do I want to bring Cruller and Danish for a while? Bring, like, an actual, like, balanced-ish party? Maybe that's what I do. I did not... Oh, I was thinking that Waffle was maybe like a couple of levels behind. I did not realize that Waffle was going to be 4 levels behind Cruller. Though I guess it makes sense because you got access to... I got access to 1st level priest spells at level 4, I think. So I guess it makes sense. But yeah, Cruller has the ability to give me an extra +4 AC as well, which is kind of nuts. Does it make sense? I think let's try heading down there. I mean, we still don't have the ability to cure. How much EXP do you need? You need like 1 more fight. I think we do this. I'm gonna get to level 7 with Cruller. I'm gonna invest in 7 on Cruller, and then we're gonna see if we can make this work. We haven't gotten the ability to get ranged attacks from the back row, so the multi-samurai build is not one that makes any sense. So... At level 10, we'll get access to a third attack, which would be nice. We still need a bit more money to be able to cure that paralysis. And it would be really nice. Maybe I should just pick up those +1 shields. If I can pick up the +1 shields... Though, this is probably not the way to go about getting access to a +1 shield. I did not charge my controller yesterday, so the controller is probably just going to be dead for the rest of the day. I don't need to worry about it. Windows, stupid bastard. Where do I plug this in? Oh, that's real rough. Okay. So, plugging in the controller automatically switched my audio because every single time Windows does it. Why does it say my battery's at 15%? My battery should not be at 15%. My battery should be at like 0% considering it just turned off. It, for whatever reason, thinks that my wireless controller should be prioritized. Wait, is it trying to pull input from... No. It's trying to pull my input from there, too. Luckily, I have this set up correctly. So, OBS is set up to pull from the right audio, but the games themselves, you can't manually set the audio anymore. Like, I just, in modern games, like, for sound options, you can't change your audio output to be a specific location. So, because Windows is bad at setting the auto thing, it means that everything is bad at setting an auto thing. I use spacebar instead. I guess I can. I guess I probably could just use my controller and just have it plugged in. I'll give it a few minutes to charge before I do that. Because when I'm moving around the controller, it tends to disconnect and reconnect. Yeah, I wonder what happened to all the people that have, like, unemployed, who've been fired out of the tech sector. like, there's so many programmers and other, you know, related professions that have been fired over the last, like, 10 years, roughly. I think it's been about 10 years since the mass layoffs began. And nobody's actually, like, doing mass hiring, right? Like, the layoffs are in excess of the hirings that people are doing. So, like, I'm actually curious, like, is the tech sector just permanently lower in terms of professional staff? Or what are they doing? I wonder. I'm imagining a bunch of people, like, making a bunch of startups, which I don't know if that's still the dynamic. Because I know that, like, when back in the day, you would have, like, entire development teams that would get fired from their jobs and then just make a new company for themselves. Like in the gaming industry. But, like, does that apply when you're, like, what is, like, what is a third of Microsoft's staff do when they get fired, right? Because, like, a third of, like, they're doing mass layoffs, like, over and over and over again. I'm just wondering, like, what that looks like structurally over the course of the industry. Like, what ends up happening with that many employees with, like, a very specific skill set being fired off of the works. It's just kind of interesting to think about, like, how, like, because, like, the AI firings are fake, right? Like, that we know. Like, the mass layoffs that come from AI integration are mostly fictional. They get fired for a couple of months and they get rehired when the company starts collapsing under the weight of all of the inefficiencies tied up in trying to have Grok run your company, right? Like, AI firings are fake, but the tech sector has been experiencing firing since long before people started, like, listening to Grok when it told them to just fire their entire work staff, you know? It's why, like, it's why, like, we've had, like, a degradation over the last, like, I don't know, realistically probably only the last, like, 5 years, maybe 10, maybe 6. How long has it been since tech really started collapsing in on itself? I don't think it's been 10 years since, like, the tech sector started just completely falling apart. But it's been a while. It's been a while since it started just, like, hemorrhaging people. You also see it in companies like Wizards of the Coast. Like, WotC has just been, like, hemorrhaging talent because they don't want to run a real company. Nobody wants to work anymore is the problem. By which I mean, like, companies don't want to make products and services. They just want to rent seek, right? They just want to squat on an existing product or service and charge money for a thing that already exists that they didn't make. And I feel like that's always been sort of the case, but I also feel like we've had enough, like, we've historically, at least in the tech sector, had enough pushback from people just making new products. And so we have access to 4th level spells now. We don't even have access to 3rd level spells on Waffle. That's very funny. Okay, let's see if we have access to Cure Poison on Crawler now. Okay, we have access to Cure Poison. We only need to get to level 7. Okay. Well, shit. We have 3 Cure Poisons available. Huh. Well, now. So, Crawler... Crawler's not going to replace Waffle. So this is 2d6. So this is just 2d8, which is not a lot, if I'm being honest. 2d8 is not a lot for the fact that it's like such a high level spell slot. But that's okay. Alright, we're gonna go with this party for a little bit. Danish has no hit points. Danish has 21 HP. Waffle's about to level up again. Love that for me. Okay. Yeah, I definitely should not have tried to rely on a party of mostly hybrids. When I realized that Waffle didn't start with any priest spells, that should have been my warning sign of like, you might be struggling to use this as your primary, you know, healer. And then when I had to get to level 4 to get my first level priest spells, that should have been my warning of like, you should really think about the implications of that, friend. And then we hit level 9 and we just stayed there for a billion years, and I should have thought, you know... I actually did. Once I was level 9 and just sitting there for a bunch of time, I was like, I actually might need a priest. I might actually need a priest. I did, I will admit, start thinking that I need a priest once I was level 9 for 10,000 EXP or something like that. So, paralysis is still a fuck. Paralysis is still a problem. But on the plus side, Turn Undead will solve a lot of those problems. I do think that I basically just... Ooh, Rotting Corpse, huh? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Okay. Yeah, man, that's fine. That's all fine and good. So we get into one fight, we immediately have to leave. Maybe I do just get up to level 9 on this fucking priest. How much you want to bet at level 9 I'll be able to cast Cure Paralysis, and then I'll be fine? Because I think it's a good chance. I think there's a good chance that... I can't believe every undead creature has the ability to paralyze. God, that was irritating. Bloop. Bye. Where am I? We still haven't found a single piece of loot. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Oh, I can heal both of you now. Okay, let's do it. Okay. So we took like 0 points of damage, right? We took like 6 damage total, but had to immediately leave. Despite that. Okay. The nice thing is that with 2d8 instead of 1d8, it does reduce the total number of times I have to cast it. Okay. So, we enter the maze again. I can't believe I ran into one undead creature and was immediately paralyzed before I got a turn. Oh, man. Alright, we're going back down to floor 2. Go to floor 3. Okay. So, no enemy there. No enemy there. Shit. The fuck was that? Bears? Those don't look like bears. Okay, no, they actually do look like bears. Just not... Also, that tuft of hair at the bottom is a bit suggestive. Okay, we're going to cast... I guess we don't need to cast Blessing of Zeal, do we? We can cast Bad Air. Actually, no, let's cast... No, let's cast Bad Air. Let's see if it works. Cruller is going to cast... Prayer. These things have a lot of HP. And they have the ability to run away. Makes it a lot harder for me to get, like, EXP, that the enemies tend to run away. And the only enemies that don't run away are the enemies that cause status effects. So this is the door that I opened. So, is this... What is that? What is happening with that? No! Okay. Okay, we got the Observe. Got the kill. Deduced. Nice. Okay, we've got the full detect going for that creature. Yeah. Fuck me. Okay, so yes, this is the... This is the one that says turn around. So, is it here? No. That's concerning. Wasn't the turnaround mosaic, or wasn't the turnaround thing on the same... That's concerning. So the giant toads have the ability to poison. Do I just cast Big Fire? I think I do. I'm just gonna cast Big Fire on these because I don't want them to poison me. I'm gonna cast this. Are you shitting me? Okay, some of them are dead. That is so much damage. Okay. I'm gonna try to put these to sleep. Okay, that did nothing. Fuck. And I don't know where the exit is. Oh boy, we're in big trouble. Okay. Okay. We received a staff. It's probably nothing important. Wait. We can cure the poison. We're fine. Alright. We're still in okay shape. We're gonna get ourselves back up to 40 HP on Churro. You know what? 35 is probably fine. Interesting. Turn left, huh? Do I have the ability to detect traps? I can see secret doors. I don't think that I can see pit traps. Okay, we have capybaras. I think I can fight these without too much difficulty. We did get the surprise round, so I don't think I'm going to cast any other spells. Though I should probably cast the second level AC buff as a matter of course, because I'm trying to find the exit now. Waffle has leveled up, if we ever manage to get out of this damn place. So we've got the coyotes and the capybaras here. So the coyotes are a bigger problem than the capybaras, to be sure. We can't cast the big fire. I can cast Blessing and Zeal if I want. I think I do. Wait, what? Okay. I can already cure paralysis. Okay, we're golden. We're golden. We just needed a 7th level caster to be able to heal both poison and thinger. So we should be able to handle whatever enemies we run into from now on. So capybaras can poison? What the fuck, man? Okay. Not what I would have anticipated having happened, but I guess that's the life we lead. Getting randomly poisoned by capybaras of all things. Fortunately, that's 2 more poisons that I need to remove. And unfortunately, these are the last 2 poisons I can remove. And we've already used some of my healing. I'm worried about going into basically like any of those center spots. Okay, we got a magic sword. Oh, not a magic sword necessarily. We found a sword. We might end up having our party wipe here. That might seem like an excessive thing to say, but I actually don't know how to get out from here. And there's a decent chance that I'm going to end up walking into multiple pit traps in a desperate... If I run into any ninjas, I'm in deep shit. So... You've got to be fucking kidding. Oh my god. 95% chance. 95% certainty. And that is a pit trap. This is not the thing I'm looking for. I think I'm boned. Oh. The monsters surprised you? I am actually gonna wipe here. This is a beautiful part. We just ran into 5 dragons. 4 dragons, I guess. Okay, we failed to run away. I believe in you. My entire party has in fact been slaughtered, that is true. Do I have any money? Okay. So, that was not how I was expecting to die. We have Croissant and Griffin. Muffin. You know what I think we're gonna do? I think we're gonna make a party that's going to be a bit more coherent. I think we make everybody evil. We don't need samurai. So I think we make an evil fighter. Do we make an evil fighter, or do we just make priests? I kind of like the idea of just making them all priests. Okay, so we have a human, we have a dwarf. We'll make an elf. And we are going to make this person a priest. Make them evil. So, this is an elf. What kind of baked good do we want you to be? Have you be glazed, because you have white hair. Let's see. We now need a gnome, question mark. We're gonna go for the 20 plus points, and we are going to just make a party of exclusively priests for right now. What I'm basically gonna do here, I think, is I'm going to get the issue with having the front line be priests is that priests are going to be bad at damage, even if they can get decent defenses, which I don't know that they can. Also, I never ended up buying better gear for Muffin and Croissant. So, that's unfortunate for me. I'm gonna need to do a rescue mission at some point. It's 28. You'll be the halfling. Also going to be a priest, and you're going to be named what? We already have someone named Churro. What other kinds of... Let's see. kind of pastries do we want to do? What other type of pastries are there? Ooh, we can do Boston cream. What would be Boston cream look like? I don't know that there's anything in particular that would be. Actually, this is good for cherry filled because when you have like a pastry. If you have them with a filling, there's just like a little spot that's visible on the pastry of that filling, and this knot, like the thing that's holding the hair, is small enough that we can go with cherry filled on this. So, whoops, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I was looking for. Give me a second. I can't believe we ran into dragons. Okay. So we now have a halfling, a human, a dwarf. Okay, we need a gnome. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm going to try to get all of them up to level 9. We're gonna basically just go grind level 9 off of the boss. And then we're going to, I think, respec. Basically, the second that somebody can turn into a ninja, we're going to turn them into a ninja. Unfortunately, Danish is dead. So we don't have our rogue. There we go. Every stat at 13. With every stat at 13, I don't know what the average number of things are. So let's say... allegedly, it's a 75% chance that any individual stat is going to increase or decrease. And was it a 2/3 chance that it goes up? Instead of down? So I'm going to assume that that is the case. So that means there's a 75... So I think it's just a 1 in 3. So about a 25% on average chance of the stat going up, question mark? Because if it goes down, it actively eliminates a raise. So I believe it's like overall a net 1/3 chance that it goes up. Alright, so let's see. I think I'm gonna pick you and maybe Moria. It's a very common donut type, is like covered in like Oreos, and that hair really is very Oreo coded. Alright, so we're now creating a character. Is it going to be a priest? Yeah, I mean, it probably is. I don't really want to waste an entire combat slot on a rogue. So but yeah, the one thing though is that how am I gonna get... Maybe I make a fighter. I don't think there's any reason to make a fighter. Yeah, I think we just make another priest. What are we missing on priests? We have a lot of dwarves. Do I want another human though? It's very funny that ninjas need a 17 in all stats. Let's see. So they only need like +4 to every stat. If they start with a 13 and everything. To be able to switch to ninja. Back to character creation again. We have a bunch of items in our inventory over there, if we can manage to get to the 3rd floor to loot it. And we'll see if that ends up happening. Do I make a wizard? Okay, we now need to make the decision. Am I going to make this last character a wizard just to see what the mage pool looks like? Or do I just stick with the samurai? I honestly think that I stick with the samurai. Alright, let's see. You know what, I'm gonna make a human priest because I think that's kind of funny, considering that they're specifically non-pious. Oh, that's interesting. Humans have garbage base stats. This was a 29 roll, and I have an average of 12.5. That's good to know. So, what does a dwarf space stats look like? They look pretty good to me. drop that by 2. Like, this is above an 8. I'm gonna go with the dwarf. I like dwarves. See, like, the dwarves have better base stats total than the humans do. Is this what I want to go with? Sure. Okay, we're not going to be able to identify items, but we don't care about identifying items right now. I think we just make another priest. This is the way to go. So this is what, a dwarf priest? Wait, we already have a dwarf priest. We have Cruller. But I guess we're making a lot of priests. What do we have? We have an elf. We don't have a human priest, which I don't necessarily need. Yeah, so is that the only thing that I'm missing right now? Presumably. Because I have 4. I'll go based off of the portrait. Do we have anything that looks like custard? We don't have a sugar on this file, do we? I'll call you Sugar. Why not? Okay. Now, the issue is that Glazed is way too squishy to be in the front row against that boss. We're going to need to wait probably several levels before we're able to field a front row against that boss with any degree of consistency. So let's visit the store. We need to pick up some plate armor. Go into the maze. Give this to you. You're already wearing chain. And unfortunately, don't love that. That's real bad. See, the thing is that if I can field a full front line... Jesus Christ. If I can just field a full front line, then I'm probably fine. But I can't field a full front line because I didn't bring up enough characters. Okay, so... I probably should not be opening chests right now. Go. So we have 4 kobolds here. Yeah, I guess hypothetically... ...19% certainty of blades. Hey, you know what? Okay, that was a mistake. So Glazed is already dead. Oh, wait, yeah, we have like, what, 7 now? Wait a second. Oh, boy. Alright, let's see. I should be tracking that between stages as well. Why am I bothering to resurrect you? Shouldn't I just recreate you? That was very silly of me to not just recreate them. Let's go back into the maze. On the plus side, we have a bajillion spellcasts available. Like, why did I even bother bringing them off of the front line when I could just heal them? There we go, look at that. How about that for a heal? But yeah, we're going to be doing, like, kind of full-on try-hard at this point to try and get our shit back. That's going to entail going, like... So we need 600 EXP. Basically doing priest multi-classes for all of these characters. So I believe that multi-classing ages you by like 10 years or something like that. So we're basically going to just level them up as priests until the first one of them gets access to ninja, at which point that character is going to multi-class, but only the first is going to multi-class immediately. The others, I think I'm going to level up until they get access to 7th level spells. As soon as they get access to 7th level spells, we are going to ignore the chest. I don't need the chests, it's fine. There's nothing good that I'm going to get out of these chests in particular, I don't think. So until I hit level 2, there's no real reason to open the chest. Because I'm just going to take more... I basically have the ability to get one shot by the chest. So, now, could I have made a rogue? Yes, but then I wouldn't have a priest in that slot getting EXP. So, we're basically just going to pop into each of these just because it's a fast way to get into a fight. We're also going to have to check if I can wear plate. If I can wear plate on these characters, that'll be good. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I actually only need to level up one time, I think, to be able to fairly easily wipe that boss with these characters. I can only take a maximum of 4 damage per turn. And if I have anybody that has, like, about 15 HP, then the character with 15 HP has the ability to get down below 10 HP and then have individual castings of heals thrown at them to keep them above 10. And I have so many heals available to me that that should work fine. And then I won't have to worry about anything else. We'll get about 50 gold per iteration of that. And we'll basically just get... Once we get up to, like, level, I don't know, something or other... Once we get up to level something... be in okay shape. What does Anti-Priest even do? Okay, that scared the shit out of me. Yeah, there's just no real reason, I don't think, to open these chests until I hit level 2. At level 2, I can safely open the chests. I don't think these chests are going to do more than like 10 damage. I might get paralyzed or something, is the issue. So there is still a risk there. And I don't want to be losing more time to that. No, I think it is best to just stick to this room for now. This room has 3, like, thingamabobbers in it. Like 3 rooms that are most likely to have an enemy in it. So it's a fairly good position to fight in at the start here. Go. Okay, we actually have the ability to level up to level 2 now, which I didn't notice, but should have realized. Which means... So, is it... Which one is worth more? Okay, the orcs are worth way less than the kobolds. I felt like the orcs were weaker than the kobolds, but I thought that was very confusing, so I was like, that can't be right. But it was in fact correct. Okay, abandon the chest. Don't worry about it. But yeah, one thing that I should have done is I should have a bank character that I just leave in town. Okay. So we got a new spell there. Okay, we got 2 spells here. And no stats went down. So Oreo's in very good position. Okay, you got 3 new spells. So that's 3 spell points. Love that for you. Unfortunately, you didn't get other stuff. Okay. Not too shabby. We take that. Unfortunately, we're not really in a much better position in terms of probability of dying horribly to other things, but to like chests and stuff, but I think we can fight the boss. So I'm going to try to fight the boss. Cherryfield can take a maximum of 4 damage in a turn. So if I wait until I get below 9 hit points to heal, I'm fully safe and not super inefficient. And you will just attack. You can cast... things. Also, that shield spell is amazing. We have so many heals now. And we should still have decent DPS because we do have like multiple characters who are actually good at dealing damage. Like these samurai are still very high level. Okay, there we go. That one's toast. We're not going to get a ton of money off of these. We get 50 per. I'm going to wait for one more attack to cherry fill before we... Okay, there we go. So... And you know what? I won't have you cast the heal. I'll have you cast the heal. So, we have enough HP to fight Murphy's Ghost now, pretty casually. That's 1500 EXP, which is enough to level up our party. And that gives me second level spells, which is pretty nice. Do I want to do that right now? I'm gonna wait. Potentially a mistake. And you know what is definitely a mistake, not potentially, but definitely, is that I didn't switch Cherry Fill for somebody else. Actually, you know what? I'm definitely... This is the last one that I'm going to do here. We're going to grab... Okay, I don't want the possibility to die to... Okay, well... There's definitely no shot of dying to that. They all die. Let's see here. The, at 8 HP, I have the potential to get killed, before I get an opportunity to respond to it. So, if they both attack me on one turn, they can drop me to 4, and at 4 HP, there's the possibility that the enemies both go before I do, and if they both go before I do, then they can kill Cherry Filled from 8 HP to 0 before I have a chance to see that they've gone below 8. So 8 HP, crazily enough, it doesn't seem like it should be the point of no return, but 8 HP is actually the point of no return, where you have to make a decision on whether you're going to take the risk. Now, what is the likelihood of that happening? Let's assume there's a 1 in 3 chance that character gets targeted. We'll assume 100% accuracy for the enemy because our AC is terrible, but like so 1 in 3 chance times 1 in 3 chance. So you have a 1 in 3 chance to the 4th power, and then you also then have to multiply that by the likelihood that that both enemies outspeed on the second turn. The speed doesn't matter on the first turn, but on the second turn it does matter. So, what is the likelihood? I don't know. Where the hell am I? Oh. Okay. We level up. That's a pretty good level. We got 2 level 2 spells. 3 new spells. Not too shabby. Unfortunately, Piety dropped to 12, so Oreo's fucked. Okay, Sugar is in the running for a very fast trip to Ninja. Glazed is 5 spells? Holy shit. Okay. Oh, and we also have the ability to level up again. Nice. So, we're up to 16 vitality on Cherryfield. That's not too bad. Unfortunately, it's not showing itself in terms of actually decent HP values. Plus 19 HP for frickin' Oreo. Damn, and everything went up except Piety. Okay, Sugar is still on a decent path. Not a top tier path, mind you, because the luck is still only 13. We're only as close to Ninja as our lowest stat. So, Oreo can now go on the front line, and with Oreo on the front line, Oreo can cast the 4 AC boosting spell, and basically not have to worry about taking any damage. But also, Oreo now has 30 HP to play with, so we are in very good position to fight this boss. And to just basically spam this boss. We're gonna maybe spam 2 more levels worth here. Honestly, we might just keep spamming until we start running low on resources, now that I think about it. There's no reason to turn back until we start running out of spells. So I guess we just don't. There's no reason to. Actually, that's not necessarily true. We will turn back if Muffin and Croissant are ready to level up, because if they're ready to level up, I actually have reason to do it. Because if they level up, they will get an additional attack, which massively increases my DPS. But the goal here is basically just to get one of these characters to be able to turn into a ninja. I don't think it's going to happen by level 9. Which is probably the highest I'm going to comfortably get. Just puttering here. Wait, did I actually restore my spell points before I did this? Yes. Okay. Alright. And if we run into a chest here, we will just loot it. I don't think we need to skip the chests. Unfortunately, this is another single. I guess it doesn't really make that big a difference. Single or double is about the same level of efficiency. The end battle screen doesn't take that much time. And it does mean that I'm taking less damage. Less damage per EXP gained. Yeah, Oreo's already down to 22. That's our next level up. And we got the double Murphy's Ghosts. I wonder how much EXP I need to get to level 7. I fought this fight 100 times, I could probably get everybody to level 10. But 100 times is quite a few. I do think that it's kind of funny that I was expecting to die. As soon as I lost track of where the entrance was, I was like, ooh, I might... There's a very, very significant chance that I die here. And then I ran into the dragons. Running into the dragons when I'm already kind of expecting to die, and then being like, oh, well, I was expecting a slow descent. Oh my god. I'm struggling. Part of it's that I'm splitting my damage, but a decent portion of it is that I just keep missing. Okay. Yeah, we have the ability to get third level spells now. Third level spells will give us Cure Paralysis. I was not expecting to get Cure Paralysis that early. And once we can get to level 7... Target, it's fine though. Do I think I can reach my body? I think at level 7 we make a rush to try to find our bodies. And that will give us the ability to hopefully pick up some useful materials. What I should do? Turn off the HP bars so that I'm only seeing the HP bar of the target that I'm hitting. First one's down. I don't know if it's faster or slower overall to just focus fire one. Because I spend a lot more time on the actual, like, targeting if I want to hit the back row. I'm gonna try it. We're currently getting a bit low. First one's down. We can just throw some heals at ourselves now. I wonder how much EXP I still need on Muffin Person. Probably a lot, honestly, because we barely got our bishop up to 10. It is very funny that we got them to 10 right as the right as we were about to get eaten by dragons. And I think based off the bad stuff indicator, I think there's a possibility that they are literally eaten by the dragons and we just lose everything. Like, they just don't exist anymore because they got eaten by a dragon. It is actually very funny to me. I feel like the, like, dynamic of, like, how how punishing we associate certain mechanics with is just kind of funny. In like the modern era of gaming, we consider it like Dark Souls to be fairly punishing, and then in this game, your party members can die, and then you need to do a corpse run with a completely new set of characters, and then if you do the corpse run with a completely new set of characters, there's the possibility that the corpse isn't there because it got eaten. And that's just really funny to me, because this game came out in 1981. It's just really funny to think of, like, how punitive some of this earlier stuff was. But, like, I don't think the intention was necessarily to be super punitive. Maybe it was. Were early D&D players just assholes? Were early D&D DMs just total assholes who liked hurting their friends? Is that the world? Unclear. I am kind of happy that we finally, like, pulled the trigger on getting horribly butchered. I think there's some utility in being forced to, like, kind of, like, abandon that initial party that was so badly optimized. Because this is going to be, like, even before I do any multi-classing, this is just going to be a stronger party. Once I have a frontliner of any sort, the dynamic is going to shift dramatically, because we currently have one of our frontliners missing. We also have garbage gear on everybody. Okay. So is this... No. This is the elevator, I think? So we actually have, like, a whole extra corridor that maybe has another thing. It is very funny that I thought that this was, like, a one-way when it's not a one-way. I'm just an idiot and wasn't paying attention to my directions. So this is not the elevator. This is the elevator. So elevator leads into a corridor. Okay. So we're going to find out... We'll just have Oreo throw some heals at themselves. We should... Is it 4th level? I think it's a 4th level spell to get the better healing, which is unfortunate. Okay, we got the Lomilwa thing. Okay, Intellect has reached the point that it can't go down anymore. Unfortunately, we did lose Vitality, but Vitality is still pretty high. Okay, so we are almost level 7, but we're not quite there yet. 2 stats up to 17, that's 2 stats available for Ninja. Okay. Going kinda ham, Cherry. Okay. Unfortunately, Piety did go down, but that just drops it to be equal to Luck. Vitality and Agility both max out. Intellect is now up and ready. So Piety is the lowest value for our priest here. Vitality unfortunately went down, which brings it equal to Thinger. And your stats are kinda garbo, but that's okay. That's okay. We won't hold it against you, Glazed. Okay. Don't fall in love with your characters. Indeed. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? I was trying. I was trying to keep those suckers alive for so long, and it just wasn't gonna happen. Okay. On the plus side, recovering from a wipe is actually not that bad. If I hadn't put, like, all of my gear on those characters, if I had, like, as an example, I didn't bother to buy plate armor for Muffin and Croissant. That's crazy. I had so much money. And I just didn't bother to buy any, mostly because I was annoyed by the fact that I wasn't finding any gear. And I was like, I am going to obstinately refuse to purchase upgrades to my gear because I want to find it in the dungeon. And then I absolutely did not find shit in the dungeon. So, we're hitting level 7 soon. We can now pick up some plate. I'm gonna pick up some plate and see if I can equip it on you. Wait. Is there a limited amount of... Oh my god, are they out of plate armor? No. It is actually limited by class. Okay, so I can see what you can equip. You can equip a breastplate +1, but you can't equip a plate mail. So do I purchase the plate mail first? Wait, do I even have helmets? I don't even have helmets on these people. Like... Oh, gotcha. This is not everything. This is just weapons. Okay, we go to all. The +1 attack this is actually kind of interesting. This staff would make a priest a little bit simple, like +4 to hit, 1d8, 1d4 plus. So the average of 1d8 is, I believe, 4.5. Yes, it's 4.5 damage. So this would be an average of, let's see, 2.5 plus 2. So this is actually the same average damage. It just has 2 less accuracy than a longsword. But it gives 1 attack min, which means that if I gave this staff to Oreo, Oreo would actually have a similarly powerful attack to a level 9 fighter, which is kind of interesting. What is the Anointed Mace? 2d3 damage. This is terrible damage. That's actually a possibility for us. Do we want to pick this up, actually? I'm going to do this. We're going to equip this. And, right, we need to buy the helmets. Wait, can you not wear a helmet? You can wear neither helmet nor gauntlets, apparently. Where's the helmet? Okay, helmet's here. You have one, you have one. Huh, you can't wear a helmet. Weird. It's weird that you can wear, like, a full-ass breastplate, but you can't wear a helmet. Alright, so we'll give you a breastplate eventually, but we'll probably get the plate for you first, because it's so cheap by comparison. Can you use a shield plus 1? You can use a shield plus 1. So this is a 4 AC bonus. Are you using a small or medium or large shield right now? We're going to see how things go with this. This should roughly double, a little bit more than double the damage that Oreo is doing. We only need to fight like 2 fights to get up to level 7, which gets us to the next level of spells. Yeah, Oreo's still not going to have anywhere near the kind of damage that the fighters have. The accuracy is just not going to be there, and the damage per hit... Actually, the damage per hit is, I think, the same, right? So damage... They might actually be roughly comparable right now. We'll see. Like, if they land ahead. And then the fighters are going to pull ahead again once they... the fighters. The samurai are going to pull ahead again. Eventually. But if I can get my first ninja build, then I'll have a character that will hopefully be a good frontliner, who has access to healing spells, as well as access to like very, very solid damage. Should be moderately durable. I don't remember how much like the HP rules are for ninja. I think ninja get an extra 2 attacks automatically. And so I think that ninja are gonna do like way more damage overall. Got the first one down. And yeah, I think that my goal right now is just to deck myself out with gear. Why did I get so much money just now? Like, I feel like I found way more money than this screen would indicate. Because I just got 35. I've been getting it between like 35 and 50 according to that screen. But when I came back out, I had thousands of gold, right? I had like 3,500 or something like that. Like, I certainly didn't fight 100 copies of these, which is what you'd expect to need to get that much money. I wonder if the money is being under-reported. Wait, no. Each character is getting 50. I'm an idiot. Each character's finding 50. If every character's finding 50, that means I'm getting 300 per fight. I'm such a dope. Okay, yes. Every character's getting that much money, which means that every time we get into a fight, we're getting shit tons of money. So it takes like 2 fights to buy a suit of plate. Well, I definitely understand why people invest a bunch of time into this place. Like into fighting this particular enemy. Because if I'm making that much money each time, like each fight, you can basically like max out your gear for all of your characters pretty quickly. Okay. But yeah, we've reached the point where we can get to level 7. I am going to try for level 9. What I'm really, I think, mostly concerned with is getting Muffin and Croissant up to level 10. That gets me an additional attack, speeds things up considerably, no matter what I'm doing. I noticed that, for the most part, on floors like 1 and 2, unless I get like really bad rolls, my samurai are basically killing everything in one hit. I have to roll pretty badly to not. But on floor 3, I can kill an enemy in one hit, but the enemies are much more likely to have like around 20 hit points, I think, which is the point where like that 14 isn't gonna hit, isn't gonna kill, even though that's a pretty solid hit for me right now. So having a 50% increase to my damage, because I get an additional attack, instead of just 2, I'll have 3, is a fairly big deal. Alright, so we took out both of those. And yeah, each party member gets that. So that's like 240 gold right there. Look, I definitely understand what's happening in front of me, okay? Don't worry about it. Okay, so Muffin is now in a decent position. But not a good enough position for my purposes. Okay, so you know what I think I might want to do? I think this would be fun. Actually, I don't know that I would do it for stream, but if I wasn't going to do it for stream, what would I do it for? This is the kind of thing that is most funny to do for stream. is to just create like a full party for each floor. And like just have like a swarm of priests on every floor of the dungeon, just waiting to cast like Cure Paralysis and Cure Poison and shit like that. I think that that would be pretty fun. Okay, is this... Yes, okay, so it's the point where I have just the one room. Did I get to there? Yeah, getting from 9 to 10 is a huge jump in EXP, and getting to 10 is pretty cheap. So there we go. We got 1,500 buckaroos. Okay, unfortunately, agility does go down. We do get 4th level spells. We get 3 tier 4 spell points, which means those 3 spells are probably all tier 4 spells. 6 new spells? Holy shit. Okay, Int is now maxed. Luck is close to maxed. Unfortunately, Piety is still 11, which is also funny because Piety is, of course, Cherryfield's primary stat as a priest. 17 hit points. We get 4 new spell levels. Unfortunately, Piety goes down. It's so funny how low the Piety is on my priests. Glazed is getting pretty up there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, I'm not sure who's going to become a ninja first, but one of these characters is going to become a ninja. We'll just see who gets there. It's just going to be a matter of time. So we will go to the store. We will purchase a plate armor, plate mail. We will equip it, and let's go ahead and sell this one. This one. It's so funny, like we've got this whole mechanic around cursed items, and like when will I ever run into any item, much less a cursed item? Let's see. So, do we have anything that you can buy? The shield +1 is good. The breastplate is +1 is good. So this is equivalent to plate armor. It's funny that the chainmail +1 costs the same as the breastplate +1. So I guess I could, if I wanted, equip the breastplate instead. Just for now. I don't think I need to do that. Alright, so we're down to 1 AC on those two. Let's enter the maze, and I want to take a look at how close these two are. Oh, they're super close, actually. Nice. They're both pretty close. So Oreo's probably going to be our first ninja, right? We're potentially 2 levels away from it. Cherry-filled is 6 levels away. Like, Cherry-filled is very far away. You are 4 levels away. These are like the minimum number of levels it can take. And you're 3 levels away, but very unlikely to get it. Whereas you only need... I know you have 4 stats that are below it. So, below the threshold. You do have Int maxed, so I think Int will no longer drop. So... we'll see how it goes. I think I maybe swap Cherry-filled onto the front line. And we're gonna swap this staff to you. because there really isn't any reason to have the character with 33 max HP on the front line instead of the person with 60. Also, Cherry Filled at level 7 has more max HP than either of my samurai. What the hell? Cherry Filled is kind of crazy. Does Cherry Filled have max thing or something? Yeah, your vitality maxed out. God, look at your stats though. Like Cherry Filled as anything other than a priest would be amazing. And it's very funny that they're a priest and they have the stats for everything but priest. So, cure, more light, softness. Cure big shield. Wait, what? This only ends when returning to the castle? Okay. Oreo? With the crazy cool spells? Okay, well... Wait, why am I fighting bushwhackers? What the fuck is going on here? Hey, Richie. This is the first Wizardry game. You can actually see the emulation down here. So down here is the original game, but it's literally like the Wizardry game from 1981. This game is 4 years older than I am. And they basically did a one-to-one recreation. I say one-to-one recreation. They didn't recreate the game at all. This whole thing in front of me is basically a HUD that's been put on top of the programming for the game here. So this game here is the game that's running, right? This is the game, and then this is just a bunch of stuff that's been added on top to make it look nice. They have added some things that are like quality of life improvements that you can turn off. So I have like all of those turned off. So I'm basically just playing the original game, and it's been delightful to see it, because this game is literally older than me. And look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty old. There aren't a lot of video games that are older than me that I could be playing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't usually be playing games older than me. Where do you go after Unrest? That's a great question. I think I maybe went to Mistmore around that level? Right? Maybe? Which was kind of fun. But I don't remember. I remember just kind of like looking at like a faction list for like what level to go to. But let's see. I went to High Keep, and from High Keep I think I went to... No, sorry, I went to High Pass Hold. And then from High Pass Hold, I think I went straight to Mistmore. So Mistmore is probably appropriate, would be my guess. And Mistmore is a fun zone, which is always convenient. Who are we casting? Croissant and Muffin now need to be doing their thing. Okay. Do I get the entire party up to level 9 before we go for the corpse run? I don't honestly think we need to. We have Muffin and Croissant with inferior gear to what I had the previous time, but the same AC as the better frontliners did in the previous run, because of the fact that we now have that Expedition long AC buff.
And +2 AC is a big deal. Like, you really notice the difference in AC. I think we get up to level 10 with Muffin and Croissant, and then we're gonna go for a corpse run. So this should get us there. Yes. So let's go level up. Do we want to do the corpse run right now, or do we want to try to get slightly more appropriate gear first? No, we can pick up the gear off of their corpses. Okay, so this is the elevator. So we go here. We go right. Oh, I haven't even identified these yet, so that I can get the speedy stuff going. Failed! What do I need for level 8? We need about 5-ish more kills to get to level 8. Yeah, I'm actually about to finish stream, so I'll probably come join you if you're going to be on for a bit, Richie. Because I've got like 20 minutes left. Okay, Vitality hits 18, so that's capped. We won't have to worry about that dropping anymore. 34 hit points?! Okay. I'll take it. That's an insane HP boost. Okay, you get +7. Okay, I love that for you. Sure. We do get the strength maxed out, which is nice. Okay, so those two should be hitting 3 times per attack now. So I'm gonna heal everybody up. So we'll have Glazed start tossing out some heals. Everybody should have enough HP now to do a pretty good job. Funnily enough, I feel like the priests are a little bit more expensive, but are very comparable to melees with the gear that they have available from the vendor. In the sense that, like, the melees max out at the same place that the priests do, but I guess the melees can spend an exorbitant amount of money to get, like, the copper gloves and things like that. Like the 6K. So they can actually pull ahead. It just costs an even more gargantuan amount than it costs to deck out a priest. So... okay. So those two have their third level spells available. Finally. And then... okay, we need 5,000 to level up. We ready for a corpse run? Let's do a corpse run. I can't believe Muffin has 86 HP now. Jesus. So that's... you presumably have 18 Vitality. I don't know what the Vitality boost is. Like, I don't know how much HP I'm getting from Vitality. But if ignoring Vitality, I should have 11d8 HP. 86 is a lot of HP for 11d8. I think that I just got an extraordinarily good roll. I'm assuming that that was like an average roll of maybe a 6 or a 7 before the Vitality bonus. Right? The maximum value with no Vitality bonus for the roll to hit would be 88, right? So obviously the vitality bonus could be as much as maybe like 20 HP, in which case it's not like that crazy, but like even if it's 20 HP, like that's still a really good roll. I'm so glad that the hit dice re-roll every level. So now Muffin is locked into having a really good amount of HP. The gas cloud's paralyzed? Fuck you. This is the first time that I've seen a paralyzed come out from these. But I have excellent news for you. I have excellent news. I have 3rd level priest spells, which means Sugar, go ahead and cast Softness on Cherryfield. And there we go. So, my party is no longer beholden to the spam of status effects, and now has the ability to get good, so to speak. So, where the fuck was my body? Is it over here? So did I just come out in the same spot? No. So where the fuck is this? Okay, so we've got some samurai here. I don't know if I'm going to get to my body here. I forgot to cast the buff. Shit. I will just have... Oh wait, you can cast a nice defensive buff on yourself, right? You can cast like shield. Yeah, let's cast shield. We're going to cast Big Shield, because I forgot to cast this. And we're going to cast Blessing and Zeal? Or Prayer? Let's go with Blessing and Zeal. And then you can cast... Do I have a 2nd level spell that I would want to cast? Not really. Holy shit! 22 damage ain't bad. So we have -2 AC on Cherryfield. Muffin takes the kill. Oh, the samurai are casting low-level spells on me. That's good. Okay. So we now have a fairly good amount of AC for the rest of the fight. I believe at this point, like, everything's going to require a max out roll to be able to hit me. It looks to me like the breath weapon can't hurt me now. Which is kind of interesting. My breath save seems to negate this completely. I wonder if the breath save can also negate a the attacks from like the dragons. or if it just reduces the damage taken. Because if I can get my breath save high enough to fully negate dragon damage, that would be pretty badass. I don't know how likely that is to happen anytime soon, but that's fine. It's also very funny to see these enemies. I've never seen coin creatures in anything other than Dungeon Meshi. That's the only thing that I've ever seen make use of, like, monsters, like coin monsters, right? So it's very funny to be like, oh, like, because mimics are a thing, right? Like, you see mimic type creatures, but they're usually like treasure chests. Mimics aren't usually mimicking coins, right? And to have like a pile of coins attack me is, I think, real funny. Okay, where the hell am I? I think I'm at the elevator. I'm gonna really struggle with this floor. Oh, we got a solo ogre. But I apparently, in that entire chain of locations that I went through, never got that is this area connecting to that area. This is the elevator. Okay. So we're going to call the elevator. We're going to go back to floor 1. Wait, was that a second elevator? No, I'm just an idiot. I was going through the elevator as if I was trying to recover from the other place. No. That was why the pathing was so weird. It's because I was treating the elevator like it was there. That makes sense. Okay. We're gonna basically just pop back upstairs. And then we have the ability to buy some more stuff. Do we buy a breastplate for Cherryfield? I think we do. So Cherryfield now has a base AC of 2. It is 1 AC behind the dedicated melees, and can get caught up to them completely if I do the thing. I can't believe I got an AoE poison followed by running into a freaking dragon. Look, I'm not salty. Don't worry about it. You're salty. Let's see. It looks like we have 9 minutes left. I think that maybe... Dude, we have like 700 EXP to level now. Yeah, I think we're going to maybe... Yeah, we're gonna enter the maze, and we're gonna level up one more time, I think. Do I want to just keep exploring? Like, I'd love to get my bodies back. It would be very nice to get my body back. I'm just concerned about the fact that I apparently got so lost. It's gonna be a real struggle to figure out the navigation of that room. That room is, I think, a bunch of teleporters. And I'll need to figure out... I think that the turnaround thing... I think is like... I think at some point, I'm going to have to, like swap things up. So, that is a floor that I'm going to struggle to navigate. And we'll just have to see how it goes. But I do think that I'm going to really struggle with navigation of that floor. And I forgot to cast the thing as well. Because I am, in fact, a dope. I might as well just cast it now. Because I am going to be leaving. But yeah, we've got -1 AC baseline now. For those characters. So, go right here. Right here, go right here, and then to my left is the elevator, and then to my right is the exit. Yeah, it's fairly fast to get party members up to about level 10. Getting characters caught up to 10 is pretty easy. I'm curious how deep I'm going to have to go before I get a lot of EXP. Like, enough EXP that it's actually worth it from an EXP perspective to be dicking around on the lower floors. The piety drops to 10. Piety has actually gone down overall for Cherryfield. Cherryfield is not becoming a ninja, like, ever. Oreo loses some piety, so they now are one step further away from Thinger, and they get plus 30 hit points. So they're now going to be pretty tanky. Our piety goes down on Sugar as well, so Sugar also doesn't want to become a ninja. But you know who does? You know who does? Glazed with 3 18s, which I think will no longer drop, a 17 piety, and 2 15s. Glazed is potentially going to get leveled up to a ninja at level 10. That is a very real possibility for Glazed. So, not too shabby. Let's take a look at you. How much EXP do you need? So, we're not going to get you leveled up to a ninja. You are the only character here who has died. You have fully died before. Did Cherryfield start out this old? Holy shit. Okay. So we have the big shield. Do we have anything else here?
Do we want to try to do our corpse run again? Okay, first things first. You need to cast Big Shield. Okay, that's big shield energy we've got going. And we have 3 minutes. I think we can spend if we spend 3 minutes trying to get our body back, we're probably gonna end up going a little bit late. But that's fine. We can go a little bit late if we have to just make one more attempt at getting our body. I'm gonna try going to the extent of the other direction. And that was definitely a sentence that made sense. One nice thing is that it looks to me like the third level is going to entail a lot of rooms that are treasure rooms. That whole floor is seemingly just a sequence of potential treasure rooms, like one after another. So, high probability of running into enemies, but also high probability of getting shinies out of it. So we go here. We're going to try this route instead of the other route. Did that immediately take us here? So we have 2 dragonflies here. So that immediately took us to the elevator, I think? Oh, that's interesting. So this one's different. Uh-oh. The amount of turn undeads we could bring to bear in this situation. Okay, that's a miss. No shot. Okay, how much EXP? Basically nothing. I don't trust that for a second. Is that real? Hey, what happens if I fall into this? Turn. This is the one that says turn left. I'm gonna go here. This feels like a route that I would have taken. So we do have the potential to get poisoned here, but we also don't need to worry about that because we have so many priests that can all cure poison. It's 1 o'clock. I guess we should probably... Let's cast Calpho. We have so many people who can cast Calpho. Let's have you do it. Okay. I'm just gonna follow this. Okay. So that's a pit trap. Or coyotes. This says turn right. I've never read this mosaic before. Okay. We're gonna cast Blessing and Zeal. We can't cast any more spells. Because the whole party has been silenced. But we should be fine with that, right? Like it's probably fine to not be able to cast spells when I already have substantial AC boosts. Okay. And yeah, we do recover from it mid-fight as well. It only lasts for a few rounds. Okay, we'll cast Kalfa with you. Okay. Interesting, that's a pit trap. That's an unexpected location to run into a pit trap. I'm just gonna be wandering around. It's 104. I need to. Unfortunately, I had the opportunity to leave, and then oh, what happened? I'm gonna have another good laugh if I end up getting myself killed on this corpse run. Splinter's trap. Do I think I can disarm this? Let's try it. What was the enemy that I just fought? Oh my goodness. How is that even possible? How is that even possible? Alright, what if I go here instead? What if I consistently do this? I think the ones that I've already opened... Oh no. Oh no! Oh, that is beautiful. That's real funny. Okay, so yes, this did stay open. Oh, interesting. So we've got some werebears. It's fine. Oh, I surprised them? Ooh, I love that for me. Let's... What are you casting? Blessing and Seal. Okay, I should be fine here. I don't actually know how hard they can hit because the other ones have just like fled. I haven't really been hit by them very many times. They can... What? Why can everything paralyze me? 27 damage was not lethal. Holy shit. That's terrifying. Okay, look, it's... Wait, are you poisoned and paralyzed? That's rude. That's real rude. Okay, so we cast Softness on you. Then we need somebody else to cure the poison, because apparently I can't cure poison. Uh-oh, wait. Who can cure poison? Is it only you? Oh no. Oh no. I might only have one person who can cure poison. Can you cure poison? Okay, you can also cure poison. I have 4 more poison cures available to me, so that's fine. We're going to move you back into the front row. Have Glaze start throwing heals at you, I guess. I am very concerned about this. Going this other direction, I was expecting to eventually run into the elevator. And that doesn't... I seem to just be, like, running in circles. Which is not what I want to be doing. That is... Wah! Entire party dodges the pit. Okay, wait, this is a new area I've never been in before. We're cooking? We are cooking. I think we have to go for the werebears. And then... Do you cast prayer? Honestly, given how tough these are, yes, I think we prayer. No, we don't. No, these can paralyze, so why don't we cast prayer so they don't paralyze? Paralyze me first. God damn it. Paralyze me before you can get the anti-paralyze. No. It's horseshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit right here. Fuck. Life is sad. Alright, so you can go ahead and cast Softness. And Poisoned! So angry. I'm very concerned about the Vorpal bunnies. I'm worried that they're gonna, like, have an instant death effect, because the Vorpal is a decapitate. So I'm worried that a Vorpal bunny is going to decapitate me in one shot, which would be appropriate, considering, you know, what is it, the Knights of the Holy Grail, that one show. Okay, not Glazed. I think it's Cherryfilled is the person that I'm going to have cast the Cure Poison. Okay, we've now gotten to a new area. And... okay, that just rotated to here. There wasn't any teleportation involved with that. Okay. I am in so much trouble. This corpse run might be doomed. Oh, you know what I can do? Wait. You know what I can do? I actually have a spell I can cast to redirect me toward the entrance, and we're gonna cast that spell to basically determine how far away I am from the entrance. God damn it. I'm being poisoned by capybaras. My life is pain. Okay, good job, Muffin. Kill those capybaras. I can't believe the capybara's poison. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I'll cast Kelvin. There's a 95% certainty that there's blades here. You know what? I'll abandon this chest. I'm not gonna take extra damage while I'm trying desperately to get out of here. Who has that spell? Wait, is that a mage spell? I don't think so. I think it's a priest spell. Is it a mage spell that's higher level than my people have access to? I might be in trouble. Shit. I think it might be a second level mage spell that I just don't have. Maybe. No. Yes, it's a first level mage spell. Okay, it's called Dumapic. Okay. Party's facing west, 2 squares east and 5 north of the stairs to the castle. And 3 levels below it. That doesn't help me at all. That doesn't tell me where the stairs of this level are. That just tells me where the stair... Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay, I could still use that information. That's useful information if I'm going to, like, make an actual map. But if I'm not making an actual map, that's kind of useless for me, honestly. I would need to actually, like, build a map for each level to see, like, where my offsets are and things like that. So, like, I guess I could just write in an offset for the entry of each area. Like, that's a thing I could do. I'm in trouble. I actually do not know how to get to the entrance from here. And I am concerned. I wonder if the strat is literally to just trigger the traps. Like, just trigger the pit traps and just walk to try and figure out where the hell I'm going. Rather than coming through the rooms. I'm gonna abandon the chest because I can't afford it. I still also have not found my body. I haven't found my body yet. On the plus side, this place would be great. You so angry. So angry. I keep getting surprise round paralyzed. Luckily that's a fairly low level spell to recover with. Okay, wait, we found the other party. So, wait, do I have to, like... If I want to bring them back, do I have to, like... Oh, that's funny. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we are going to first let's cast Cure Paralysis. Let's cast Softness on you. We got hopelessly lost, like hopelessly lost, but we can come back tomorrow and we will be still hopelessly lost. But we'll be hopelessly lost in the position with... Oh, that's actually... in the position where our other party is, so we can use that spell to identify the offset to where we are. We can identify where we are with that spell, and then once we've identified where we are, we can then triangulate how to get here based off of other things, and we're going to do some like actual map making to figure out how to walk directly to this location, because apparently to grab these party members, I'm going to have to come with a party that isn't full. I cannot carry their bodies. I have to remove people from my party and add them to my party. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you again tomorrow when we're going to be doing the corpse runs of all corpse runs. And we're also going to be mapping out this zone, right? This is an area that I have to use maps for because everything's identical. The whole place is identical, and there's teleportation involved. So, later, folks.